with the question, are you sure? Oh, let me go back and turn on my webcam. Sorry. There we go. And let me invite you to, wake up, and I would like for you to take your device, whether it's a smartphone, a tablet, or a computer, and pull up your web browser, whichever you like to use, Safari or Firefox or any of the rest of them, and go to responseware.com. That's RESPONSEWARE.com. And when you get to that page, enter as guest. So you see a button that says guest. And then in the next page, if you would, go ahead and enter CARES. That's CARES. And you should see a blank screen that actually, it's not blank anymore. It shows the PowerPoint slide. So we'll move on into our first poll question. And what I'd like to ask you to do is think about your global assessment of your current empathy level. So is it, one, at the fundamental level? You have a basic knowledge of the techniques and concepts. Or are you at, two, a novice level, limited experience? You could use some help skills. Really focused on the job training. Or three, are you at an intermediate standard level? You successfully perform empathy skills and focus on receiving feedback and support. Or do you have an advanced level of empathy skills? Basically meaning, do you perform these skills or tasks without assistance and with diverse people? You're capable of coaching others and translating complex nuances in easy to understand terms. So your focus is on process or practice improvement. You know, expert. Are you able to demonstrate consistent excellence in applying empathy skills across diverse individuals and or settings? And is your focus on strategic development? So we've got two responses so far. How many people are on the webinar? We've got six or seven. Up to four, good. So give you a few more seconds. In fact, such a bouncy tune. Our survey says, all right, so we've got a couple of folks at the novice level, a couple of folks at the advanced level. Nice. So tell me a little bit about who you are. Do you work primarily in a community service board or public behavioral health center? Do you work in a school, college, or other educational setting? Maybe you work in the emergency department or other acute care or crisis intervention setting. Or is where you work primarily a private practice? Do you work for a state or federal agency? Other, or maybe you are unemployed, but you have your resumes ready to share. You would go ahead and click in. We've got 3 folks who have responded so far. Now we're up to 4. One more. There's 5. See if we can get higher than we got on the last question. Yeah, about 5 more seconds.
Can I ask a question?
Our survey says, okay, so the majority. Yes.
So
please.
I am answering on my phone. I just don't see it. I don't. If my phone says my answer's there, then that means you got it, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so got some diverse settings. Yeah, you're quite welcome. Some folks in private practice, or yeah, private practice. Some are in other settings, and some are in public settings. Good. So I want to really kind of jump into the content by talking about first this word peer. So when I say that, most people kind of jump to this noun, which is about people who are of equal standing or on the same social level in terms of groups, especially based on age, grade, or other status. And I want us to shift focus some, and specifically when we're talking about peer today, it really is as a verb, meaning to look narrowly, curiously, or searchingly at something that's difficult to discern. So let's peer into how we understand ourselves and other people. And I want to introduce this concept of behavior is a function of the interaction between people and environments. And by the way, you should have the handout. And if you're following along with the handout, the underlined text on the screen is what I'd like you to write into your handout, so that what you wind up with at the end of this session is a completed handout. No blank lines, no empty lines. So I like this quote from Joseph Campbell, who said, "The cave you fear to enter holds the treasure you seek." So what do you think? Is behavior always a function of people interacting with their environments? Would you say that's a true statement, a false statement, or right now you're just not sure? And you might take a wag. You know what a wag is. A wild, a dot dot guess. Need a couple more responses. 2 seconds. Our survey says, okay, so most aren't convinced. We'll come back to that. So part of what we're talking about in this notion of empathy is becoming aware of our mind. And that word gets thrown around for a lot of different things in a lot of different contexts. And it really, in order to be empathetic, it really is about getting to know our minds. And that's an ongoing, evolving process. So I want to invite you to take a moment to just sit in silent stillness. If you've got a pen in your hand, or you've got music on, or there's some other distractions going on in your environment, I invite you to turn those off and just be fully present with us. And maybe take this moment to begin with giving yourself an affirmation. You bring a unique set of skills and abilities and talents to our community that no one else can. And then after you've given yourself an affirmation, perhaps even go into expressing gratitude to the elders who paved the way to make the life that you enjoy today what it is. And maybe we go all the way back to the First Nations people. In this case, here in Georgia, I'm talking about the Creek or Cherokee or Okmulgee First Nations people who literally took such good care of the land that I'm sitting on that I am able to enjoy the beauty of the earth that's around me. So let's just take a moment to be silent and still. Thank you. So I don't know what came up for you in that minute. I just know something probably did. It always does for me. And what was that sound that you heard in the background? Anybody have an idea of what that was? You would unmute and let us know what you think it was.
Whale
Besides
making noise.
Simon and Garfunkel. Yes, very nice. And so, and technically, it was the cries and whistles and chirps and whirls that are made by this Pacific blue whale. And I like to use this to, as a metaphor for peer services, and I'm talking now, because I think what we bring to our work is an appreciation for hearing the sounds of people, both folks who are struggling, but also people who are making progress. And we're able to respond to it in a way that is unique. And other professions, other groups don't have the same set of abilities that we do. And I just want to start off by appreciating that fact and what you bring to this work. I like this quote from George Eliot, who said, if we had a keen vision of all that's ordinary in human life, it would be like hearing the grass grow, the squirrel's heartbeat, and we should die of that roar, which is the other side of silence. I don't think George Eliot was really meaning die. I think she was talking about becoming friends with it. So I don't know what came up for you in that minute. Again, I just know probably and more than likely, I'm almost certain something did. And it's that element that is part of what we bring into every waking moment, and technically every sleeping moment for that matter. And it influences how we interact and how we make sense out of the stuff that's out there in the world that we're exposed to. And some people learn criteria where they may hear the cries of those who are needing help or who want help. And there's criteria they put into place and say, no, you don't deserve a second chance or a third chance or a fourth chance. But because of your background and your training, I'm guessing A, you hear the cry, and B, you're able to respond in a way that's maximally effective at engaging the other person. And tapping into that sound, that whale sound, or more, probably more appropriately, So as we do this work, we come from that place of the compass, as David Crosby refers to it, or soul, if that may be a more common term for your faith tradition, or great spirit, whatever. And it's that grounding that is so fundamental to being able to connect with other people. So you have a panel in Adobe Connect where if you haven't already, if you didn't receive the email or haven't had a chance to download the attachment that was in it, now would be a good time. And in particular, go to this page. I think it's either the last or the next to the last page. Because what I'd like to ask you to do is take turns, and we're going to fill out the 7 components of empathy. So everybody got your sheet? If somebody would read what's at the top, what's the first component of interpersonal empathy? Now don't go all shy on me now. Anybody? What is affective response? Somebody jump in.
Well, according to the paper, it's mimicking the response of someone else, right?
All right. Okay. Well, it's actually, yes. So you're mirroring is the term that's on the page. It's an unconscious, automatic, or involuntary attention. Something gets your attention, and it may, in fact, not even be conscious, but it still gets your attention. And it produces a mirroring or a physiological response that is simulating what is likely happening to others in that situation or in that context. So, for example, you cry, I feel like I might cry, even though I don't know why. You laugh, and I may laugh. If you yawn, I may yawn, particularly if we are connected to one another. And we're hardwired for this social contagion. It's part of what has helped us stay alive for the last 250,000 years. And it's really important to be able to mimic one another, setting the stage for the experiential connections. And again, this is often unconscious at the physiological level. And these affective responses trigger physical sensations and mindsets. So somebody tell us about affective mentalizing. Number 2. And you can just read it off paper.
Well, it talks about stories or explanations of events versus actually experiencing. It leads to mentalizing, creating mental images or maps, and cognitively processing the subjective meaning of another's experience. Triggers affective or physiological responses as if it is happening to me. Intrapersonal, not yet other person, and her/his context specific caring or interpersonal empathy. Often based on P or E, not B.
So this is the intrapersonal aspect, both actually the first component and this component. This is about me reacting, and based on that reaction, I create a story. and it has nothing to do with the other person, other than you see something or something happens in the environment, and it may involve another person. But this is all about me, and it's all about my reaction. So number 3, someone please tell us about self-other awareness.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Oh, okay, good. All right. Self-other awareness is following the effective response, consciously recognizing the differences between my reaction and the experiences, feelings, and thoughts of the other person. Although we feel emotion or emotions, the cause is recognized as, I want to say, other person's experience, not mine, and I notice projections or interpretations or biases that blur the self or others distinction. I don't know what SO means. Okay.
Yes, self-other. So the idea is we have this affective physiological response, and we make up a story that helps us understand that response. And when we get to this third component, it really is all about my experience. We haven't yet incorporated anything about the other individual. This is all still intrapersonal, meaning it's inside of us. Make sense? So somebody tell us about perspective taking.
I'll read it again. Perspective taking is cognitive processing
All right,
of stepping into their shoes, toggling between my perspective and interpretations to explore the experience's meaning from the other person's point of view. Theory of mind is at work without succumbing to the fundamental attribution, error, and other biases.
so this is the point at which we actually get into an interpersonal appreciation of the differences between the story that I'm telling myself about my experience and the other person's description of their experience of the exact same experience, of the exact same situation. And it's really being able to toggle between those two that gets us where we want to go. You can't ignore your own reactions, and the degree to which you let your storytelling, your narrative, influence how you understand the other person's is how we get ourselves into projecting biases and telling people what they should think, and all that advice giving that tends to well up inside of us because we've been to Disney World too. And we need to tell you what a good time I had there, instead of really being open to understanding fully that other person's experience of Disney World. Good. So number 5, what's that about?
I'll read it again. Emotion regulation. Emotion regulation is the last
Okay.
component of interpersonal empathy. Manage or modulate the intensity, duration, direction of my emotions to sense another's feelings without becoming swept away into or overwhelmed by that person's emotions as if it is mine. Equanimity.
And regular.
Equanimity. Very nice. I'm sorry? You gonna say something? So, do you get the point of number 5? It's about being able to regulate how we are emotionally responding ourselves to the situation and to maintain some level of equanimity. What does equanimity mean? Take a wag.
Our feelings are equal to the others.
Well, and as much as anything, it's being able to keep some level of control over our experience of how we respond to our feelings. So everything nowadays is all about trauma informed. And to give you an example, if you hear somebody talking about, let's just pick getting beat up by the police, and you've been beaten up by the police, and you have this strong visceral reaction to it, are you able to keep your repeated experience of what it was like for you back then from interfering and influencing how you're able to stay present with the other person's description of their experience? That's emotional regulation. That's equanimity, and maintaining that sort of balance, and I hate to use the word control because it's not really control. It's just being able to keep the lid so that it doesn't blow off. Make sense?
Yes.
So somebody tell us about contextual understanding of systemic barriers. Are you tired of reading?
Fully grasping and appreciating the historical and current of impact of exposure to social, political, and economic barriers and privileged experience of groups different from mine.
So you hear the term white privilege a lot nowadays. And I would suggest that there are lots of different kinds of privileges. In different contexts, the privilege changes. If you're in a room full of people who are fat and you're skinny, well, they have privilege over you. If you're in a room full of people who speak Spanish and you only speak American, well, they've got privilege over you. And so it varies. But the idea behind this is fully grasping the impact of systemic racism or oppression and the historical background with which that individual's cultural group have experienced that oppression within the context of that current behavior that you had that reaction to viscerally, but with the understanding that that's different than this other person's reaction. And to really understand those contextual variables that are leading to the current behavior. Now, have the last element. What is macro self-other awareness and perspective taking?
I'll read it. With awareness and insight into the social, political, and economic context of the other, more fully step into and process what it may be like to live as a member of the other's group. Behavior, people interacting with environments.
Perfect. So it's at this level, able to fully integrate the context and the other person's perspective, and with our awareness, make sense out of what's happening. And I just want to point out that all of those elements are what ultimately lead to a person's experience of social justice. If you leave any of those pieces out, we tend to not be able to get to that goal. So let me pause here. Any questions about any of those 7 elements? Is it clear as mud, or are you able to move on?
Can move on.
Okay. Anybody have a question? Not hearing any, will move on. So that's a picture of me from last week. Yeah, no, not really. Actually, that's a picture of me at my first job 42 years ago. And like you, I got into this field because I thought, well, I just want to help people. And so I took the traditional route, went to school, got the degrees, started private working in the public sector, got into teaching at the college level, then went into doing work for the state of Georgia, specifically the Georgia Parole Board, and retired from that several years ago. Um, so what does Neil Young mean when he says, I know some of you don't understand, milk blood to keep from running out? Anybody?
I don't know.
Okay, well, I take it we have no.
Can you repeat that?
So the line is, I've seen the needle and the damage done, a little part of it in every one. I know that some of you don't understand milk blood to keep from running out. What is milk blood to keep from running out? Well, so that suggests to me that we don't have anybody here who has ever used IV drugs.
Well, I was going to say, George, that I was going to say, to me, that kind of implies that if you haven't experienced the sensation you get from using IV drugs, then you just don't understand why we would continue doing that. We have to continue, we have to do more in order to create the same sensation, but I know someone else would not get that.
Well, and specifically what he's talking about is when you get your dope in the needle, you don't stick it in your arm and immediately pull the plunger down. You don't shoot the dope into your arm or leg or wherever you're shooting it. Instead, you put the needle in, you pull back on the plunger, and you make sure you're in a vein. You want to see blood in the syringe. Otherwise, you're shooting the dope in the extracellular space, and it's not going to have the intended effect. So you milk blood to keep from running out. So if you don't hit the vein and you shoot the dope into the extracellular space, you can go into withdrawals. And so that's an example to me of how, if you haven't had the experience, the description of the experience may be completely outside of your frame of reference. So, what do you see?
A cow?
A cow, yeah. But it's not just a cow. What is that on the cow's forehead?
Well, we got a box in front of it. A
Oh,
cross.
it's a cross.
All right, so it's a cross, a cow with a cross on its head. So it's not just a cow. What kind of cow is it?
A
Dairy cow.
Holy cow!
Holy cow.
So, yeah, exactly. It's a holy cow. Now, how did you come up with that?
I didn't, so I
Yeah.
don't know.
Well, so
It's
I
got a
will.
cross on his head.
All right. So you can describe the elements. You can tell me what your senses experienced. But the fact of the matter is, once that image came into your brain, it got shipped back to the occipital lobe. It rattled around. You identified it as cow and then cross, and somehow that signal got sent to the temporal lobe, where the auditory or the visual processing centers are. It sent a signal down to your tongue and your mouth, and you opened up your mouth, and holy cow came out. I want to suggest to you that you are 100% unaware of what happened between that signal coming in your eye and getting sent to the brain and coming out of your mouth. The stuff that happened in between those two, you are almost completely unaware of. But here's the point. As soon as somebody said, holy cow, you had an emotional reaction. Most folks find that really kind of enjoyable. And some people actually laughed out loud. And it spread just like those light bulbs down at the screen from individual to individual instantly in a flash. That's the way emotion works. That's the social contagion of this process. And it happens in terms of emotions as well as ideas. There's folks who've been attending trainings with me for 50 years who will come up to me occasionally and say, I remember you, you're the holy cow guy. They don't remember anything else they said, but because of the emotional nature of this particular aspect of pretty much all my trainings, people tag me with that, and they carry it with them, and I'm fine with that. So the objective is we are, in fact, going to end by 5 o'clock. And there are 3 primary objectives. By the end of this training, I'd like for you to be able to describe the 7 components of social empathy. And again, you might want to write that word down in your handout or your journal. Then secondly, based on your assessed empathy strengths and improvement areas, identify the goals and tasks for your professional development plan. And then lastly, explain what to do in the moment when bias occurs to enhance your psychological flexibility. Because the tendency is to start off by having, I've got the answer. I know what you need, particularly if we see somebody who's using a drug that we used to do or who's had a similar experience to ours. Let me tell you about my trip to Disney World. Instead of really being interested in exploring what's unique about that other's experience, even though you're both at Disney World or you've been to Disney World in the past. So, by the way, there are 3 cows in this picture. And part of what happens with our perception, and it's a necessary process, is it gets narrowed, it gets focused. We screen out the stuff that's not particularly relevant in the moment. And so we all kind of got focused on that cow that was right there in the middle of the picture, but I'm guessing those other 2 are talking about, that Yahoo over there that got that cross on his front of his face. I don't really want one of those. How do you think we can avoid it? Anyway. So, another poll question, if you would. Please indicate whether you have completed the Human Relations Survey. Your answer choices are A, yes, and I deserve a prize. B, no, and now I really feel bad. Or C, no, so what? Or D, wait, what? There was a survey? So grab your phone or your computer or your tablet, whichever one of those you have the web browser logged into ResponseWare, and and click away. You have about 3 seconds. Oh, nice. So all 3 of you have it. So and I do have a prize for you, actually, even for the ones that don't. All right. So let me see what time we've got. Okay. So at this point, I want to invite you to take a moment and watch. We'll do 2 out of the 3. Let's watch a couple of short videos. The first one you may have already seen. It's part of the movie The Matrix, and this is the red pill or blue pill scene. Stacia, are you able to launch the video, or do I need to?
My end. Hi, everybody. I am going to put a video up on the screen, although, George, I may need to request control because I think you're sharing your screen right now.
Okay.
So, or maybe have you stop sharing for a moment?
Yes, sir.
Just so I can get them back in the room.
Okay.
All right. So, wonderful.
Good.
So, everybody, hopefully in the middle of your screen, as you can now see in the back of the Adobe room, there is a little video screen, and we're going to try to play this. But if you can do me a favor, in the top corner, or in the top row, there is a little guy that's raising his hand. If you are able to hear it, raise your hand, because if you're not, then I will switch gears and do something else. So I'm going to play it. It's only about, I didn't start it yet, Carolyn, so hold on one second. Thank you. But I appreciate you following directions. As soon as you see him start moving, you should have sound. And again, if you're not able to hear, raise your hand, and I haven't started it yet. And then I will come up with another suggestion as to how we can view this. So here we go. I'm going to hit play.
Do you want to know what it is?
All right. I guess people cannot hear it that way. So I'm going to stop sharing it. I see Christine says she doesn't see it.
I heard it.
Oh, you guys hear it? Perfect.
I heard it.
All right. So
I see
let's
it.
try. All right. Perfect. Let's try it again.
The Matrix is everywhere.
Nice. So, I have a question for you. Give me one word for the Matrix. I'll give you a hint. It starts with a C. Anybody? Well, I suggest that one word is culture. So what the Matrix is about is culture, and how what we learn as we're growing up, it fills up our perceptual filters. It tells us how to make sense of the world in conjunction with how the other people that we're growing up with make sense of the world. It's not right, it's not wrong, it's just this is the way we do things around here, which is probably the best definition of culture I can give you. Second movie. This is a brief animation. We're only going to watch about the first, I don't know, maybe, well, we'll watch the whole thing. It's only 3 minutes long. So, Stacy, if you would, go ahead and show the Hider symbol animation, video 2.
To help figure it out, we're going to play another game. Watch this animation closely, and afterwards, we'll ask you a question about it. Ready? Here it goes. So what just happened? How would you describe what you just saw to someone else?
So what just happened?
House. So instead of the large triangle going in to get the circle, he pursued the triangle on the outside, and the circle was curious and followed.
Okay, nice. Anybody else? Somebody else. What did you see just happen?
It seemed like the larger circle was in competition with the small. I mean, the larger triangle was in competition with the smaller triangle, and then forced it out.
Yeah. And maybe even the small gray triangle and the circle were kind of getting along. And then all of a sudden comes this big orange triangle. And mayhem ensued. All
How
right,
would you
I'm going to
describe
finish
what
the
you just
video.
saw to someone else? We showed this animation to randomly chosen volunteers. Let's see how your story compares to theirs.
The angry, aggressive orange triangle, looking for trouble, see someone that he could pick on.
And starts pushing him around, being real mean.
The green dot looks like he's being attacked and is running away from the situation.
Yeah, the orange triangle is a bully. The gray triangle was a good guy. He's standing up for the green circle. Was even willing to take heat to protect the little guy.
Did you come up with the same story about the big orange triangle trying to bully the small green dot? Stop and think for a minute. All we showed you were a bunch of shapes moving around. They were simply triangles and dots and a few random lines. The fact that you and our volunteers assigned these shapes human qualities, creating a story about bullying with villains and heroes, is just a product of your compassionate brain. How wild is that?
To help us understand just how hardwired we are for compassion is Dr. Jim Cohen, Associate Professor of Clinical Psychology at the University of Virginia.
This demonstration is known as the Hyder-Simmel test. It was originally created to understand how your brain automatically creates a story around random events. But psychologists have realized it's a perfect way to illustrate how most of us have a tendency towards compassion.
And what happens in our bodies when we feel compassion is pretty amazing. Cutting-edge research has pinpointed a caretaking organ called the vagus nerve. No, not that Vegas. V-A-G-U-S. The vagus nerve is one of the oldest brain structures and runs from the base of the brain to the heart, lungs, kidneys, liver, and intestines. And evidence has been found that the vagus nerve may be the compassion center in your brain.
Your brain is so attuned to recognizing suffering and unfairness that even something like the video you just saw can trigger your vagus nerve and your brain's response.
Scientists think this ingrained ability to be compassionate has evolved for one main reason: survival. Helping others and relying on the kindness of strangers actually helps you to stay alive.
So, this whole process of affective response and affective mentalization is something that is vital in order for us to survive both as individuals but also as groups. So, I think we'll, in the interest of time, I think we'll skip the last one. You have the link in your handout. It's the rubber hand illusion. And the rubber hand illusion is an illustration of how we actually can develop connections almost immediately in our brain to things in our environment that aren't us, but we start to perceive as us. So let me go back and share my screen. And turn on my webcam. Nope. So this is obviously an example of emotional regulation component. And even in that, the circle and square story, the degree to which you were able to identify with one or more of those shapes directly impacted the story that you created about it. Now, you might have saw it and thought, this is dumb. This is a bunch of geometric figures running around on a video screen. Not likely. Most of the people in this business have the tendency to have that feeling heart, to have that sense of compassion. And so we tend to be the ones that more readily make up the stories in a manner that puts us into the story to some extent. And again, it's that ability to separate out, this is me understanding how I would act in that situation versus this is the other person's description of what that situation was like. That's the difference in self-other awareness. So actually, we're going to skip this part, just really in the interest of time. But what I want you to actually do, we're not going to take 5 minutes. Let's just take a minute. Well, let's take 2. And what I want you to do is stand up, get out of your chair, and I want you to take a walk, a 1-minute walk. And while you're doing it, I want you to notice 5 things that you see, 4 things that you hear, 3 things that you feel, 2 things that you smell, and 1 thing that you taste. Any questions about this exercise? Okay. So I invite you to actually stand up and move around. And if you run into an animal, human or otherwise, even better. Oh. Hmm. So, what'd you see, hear, feel, smell, or taste? If you have your app available where you're logged into ResponseWare, this would be a good time to just type in one word. What'd you see? What'd you hear? What'd you feel? What'd you smell? Or what did you taste? Anybody? A sleeping child. Nice. Keys jangling. Wow. Refreshed. Oh, nice. Anybody else want to add something here? So this exercise is about your ability to perceive things that literally are in your environment. And I appreciate whoever it was that put refreshed in there, because more often than not, how people feel while they're doing that exercise gets left out in the responses. So we often think of feelings in terms of tactile sensations, how my fingers feel, or how my butt feels sitting in this chair, or how my feet feel on the floor, that sort of feeling, as opposed to the more internal affective sort of emotion that is expressed in that word refreshed. So the idea here is that just like you can turn on and turn off that 1 minute of noticing, you might call it prayer, depending on what your faith tradition is, or you might call it meditation or something else. As we engage in these exercises over and over, we refine our ability to do this. And now that I've suggested, you could really work on honing, am I really paying attention to what's coming into my eyesight? Am I paying attention to what's coming into my ears? Am I really paying attention to how my skin feels? Am I paying attention to what I'm smelling and what I'm tasting? And then the sixth sense. Am I really in tune with what's going on physiologically through the vagus nerve and through the rest of the brain in terms of my emotional state? And it's being aware of it that's the first step in actually developing that ability to regulate our emotions. So thank you for doing that. If we did that exercise again, took another several minutes, I'm guessing you would find that you're able to really focus in on that affective response now that I've kind of brought it up and it's an example of it's been provided. and then be able to come back and actually tell us a story. What did you experience in that 2 minutes or 3 minutes that we were on break? And do it from your perspective. And if you happen to run into another animal, human or non-human, you could integrate into the story. And if you had a conversation with people, some would say dogs are people too, then you can integrate their perspective, not as part of your story, but their sense of what was going on when you happened to cross paths with them. That's what this self-other awareness is all about. So I use this a lot when I'm working with people, and it helps me to better clarify what is that subjective affective state, both that I'm feeling and that the other person who I'm talking to is experiencing. And I'll be more than happy, this is your prize, I'll be more than happy to send this out in a PDF to everyone so that you have access to this wheel of emotion. Because people often, we have to be taught how to understand that physiological arousal. Everybody knows the sense of anger, but can you sort that into, is this feeling frustrated, is this feeling threatened, or is it feeling hurt? And then move on further out. Is it because you feel embarrassed, or you're insecure, or you're jealous, but it's that deepening of our understanding of how to interpret those physiological reactions that's key to emotional regulation. We all can just react based on anger, but often that is counterproductive. It doesn't get us where we want to go. So I'll be more than happy to send this out to everyone after the webinar. So what is this thing called social empathy? It's the ability to understand people by perceiving or experiencing their life situations, and as a result gain insight into the structural inequalities and disparities that are part of their life. What does structural inequalities and disparities mean? Help me explain that set of terms. What does it mean to you?
Like George Floyd being killed at the hands of white police officers.
And how do you make sense of that?
Well, it's a disparity because black people are treated differently by the police.
Yes. Okay, perfect. You nailed it. So it really is about the systemic inequalities and the systemic disparities that differentially impact people. And we're right in the middle of an uproar where it's almost impossible to not recognize those inequalities. And it's caused people to be killed. So again, these are the 7 components, and it's about really being able to focus in on which of these am I good at, which of these do I want to get better at, and putting an intentional plan in place in order to be able to address them. So this interpersonal empathy is the ability to understand what another person is thinking and feeling. The release of oxytocin in our nervous systems, and I didn't say OxyContin, that's a narcotic. Oxytocin is also what this refers to as the empathy drug, or the empathy hormone. Any of you had labor induced? Well, if you did, the way they did it was they injected you with oxytocin. This is the hormone that causes people to feel that sense of either connection or disconnection. And in mothers, it causes everything from the breast milk to drop into the breast, to the softening of the pelvis so that it can open up, to the mother being able to recognize her baby's cries almost instantly. and separate out that cry from other babies' cries. And some men are able to do that as well. And it's because of oxytocin. So this is what's vital. It's really necessary for us to accurately perceive and interpret other people's behavior. And it's what promotes healthy behavior, and it's the foundation for moral development and pro-social behavior. What is pro-social behavior? Well, let me ask it this way. What's the opposite of pro-social behavior?
Antisocial?
Yes. So
Antisocial?
this whole interpersonal empathy and oxytocin and the whole physiological makeup is what allows us to have the sense of I can act in a way that is healthy and productive, not just for me, but for my tribe or for my family or my community or my neighborhood. And that is the foundation for all moral decision making. So social empathy, that second component, that second set of components, builds on interpersonal empathy by coupling it with a deep conceptual understanding of the other person's situations and the ability to engage in macro self-other perspective taking. And again, it's about toggling back and forth. Here's my sense of what's going on inside of me in reaction to this situation. Here's the story I'm telling myself about the triangles and the squares, and being able to appreciate fully the other person's story and, in particular, noticing the differences. It's not about us having the same story. What I am about when I'm working with other people, well, particularly people who I want to have a positive relationship, is that other person feeling felt. I don't mean in a kinky sort of sexual way. I'm talking about when you and I are talking, the degree to which you have that squirt of oxytocin that says, George understands me. George gets me. And not that you're right or wrong, just simply that I understand you. That's the baseline for whatever whatever relationship quality will develop from that point moving forward. So the lack of interpersonal and social empathy leads to all these sorts of conditions. And I don't necessarily want to go through this whole list, but there is a sort of a social norm now that says it's okay to act on whatever you want, whatever you're feeling at the time, without regard to how it's going to impact other people. You've got the right to do that. And yes, you do. But if you put your knee on the neck of somebody else and they die, you're going to be held accountable in a way that hasn't really been true up to this point in history, particularly if you've got a person in power essentially abusing or misusing that power with someone who is in a position of less power. So in your handout, if you would go to this next page, it is the next, no, it's the last page in your handout. No, it's the next to last page. Because what you're going to need to do is look at this page, which is the last page in your handout. And if you'll remember, you put in an anonymity code that consisted of your mother's, the first letter of your mother's first name, the last letter of your mother's last name, and the first digit of your social security number, and the last digit of your social security number. So you can see what your scores are on each of those items that we've been talking about since we first came on at 3:30. And what I want to invite you to do is take, later, not right now, but use this table to transfer your scores onto this form. Oops. Sorry. Onto this form. So your scores go right there in that blank section. And the information at the top there is what's on that is what's on that other form. So the way to use this is to, first of all, start by just going through and checking which items you scored well on. And by well, we could use a statistical approach and say if your score is higher than the mean. So if your affective response score is a 26, 27, 28, whatever, then that's above the mean. That's good. If it's below the mean, then that would be one of those areas where you might want to think about spending some time learning how to do that better. So the point is you take your information, you put it on this form, and then spend some time thinking about, in the next 3 to 6 months, which of these sub-skills do you really want to spend some focused time and attention and intentionally get better at? Because they're related skills, but there's different ways of exercising. It's kind of like a muscle. You've got a lot of muscles in your body, and you've got to do different exercises to exercise the different muscles. Same thing goes with empathy. It's not I'm empathetic or I'm not. It's what parts of empathy am I good at and which ones am I not. So the idea is to add one or more of the weaker components to your professional development plan. And based on that, participate in deliberate practice and self-exploration. And by self-exploration, that means introspection, which will get us only so far, but journaling is a second component that most people find very helpful in developing this and enhancing their empathy abilities. And then seek out training, whether it's in effective responding, affective mentalizing, etc. And then secondly, seek peer support and supervision on the weaker areas to really cultivate your full set of skills. And then there's some suggestions down at the bottom about how you really can toggle between your awareness of your internal self, the P in the formula B times E, and that of your surroundings and the other people who are in your surroundings or your environment. And so there's a set of tools that I found really useful for expanding how I think about other people. It's called the Partner Change Outcome Management System. And I hope to be able to present some future webinars on this. We obviously don't have time to get into it now, but if you're interested, go to betteroutcomesnow.com. It's a simple 4-item, 2-tool, simple 4-item subscales that you simply ask the peer that you're working with to fill out. So it really is about just embracing this notion that behavior is always a function of the interaction between people and environments. And we have a tendency in this field to put the blame squarely on the P side of the formula, to say it's your fault. You have this ick, you are an alcoholic, or you are an addict, as if that explains everything about that person's behavior. When in fact, at least half of the reason they do what they do has to do with the environment that they're in and the things that it contributes to that behavior. So being able, again, to kind of toggle back and forth and consider all those aspects is key to really developing genuine empathy and pro-social behavior and altruism or cooperative behavior. So there's a 3-tiered framework. It really begins by being exposed to different kinds of experiences, understanding the explanation for those experiences, and then seeking out other new experiences. So at the first level, it's go out and meet new people and be intentional about meeting people who are different from you. Think about and discuss ideas and values that are new and different to you, and visit places that reflect cultures that are different from your own. At the second level, it basically comes down to being curious. What contributes to the differences between your worldview and attitudes and values than those of other people? And what happened historically? What were the opportunities and the barriers that are different from the experiences of your ancestors? And at the third level It's being able to genuinely walk in another person's shoes. Imagine yourself in another person's life who's a different age or race or class or gender or sexual identity or nationality or ability, and be able to do that with equanimity, meaning not losing that sense of I'm okay. I've got a balance, and my emotions may well up, but they don't have to spill over into how I interpret another person's behavior. And then simply apply what you've learned in level 2 that explains why and how the other person's life is different or similar to yours. And at the core of all of this is that simple practice starting with noticing. Noticing internally how we're responding, noticing the other person's reactions and how they make sense of what they're experiencing, and really being able to toggle back and forth between the two of them. So one more poll question. Have you recently updated your self-assessment and professional development plan? Press A if it's true, press B if it's false, press C if you wonder, where do I get a professional development plan? Nice. So, yeah, 2 more seconds. So, where you get a professional development plan, my go-to answer there is from your supervisor. And I'm really talking about your performance support supervisor. It's not necessarily your agency's administrative supervisor, but who you go to and talk about the things you're doing well and the things that you really want to get better at in providing peer services. And what do those conversations consist of? And over time, what is it you want to seek help from the supervisor and or others in order to get at doing this job? So we've about 7 components of social empathy. Based on your assessed empathy strengths and improvement areas, you now can identify tasks and goals for your professional development and explain what to do in the moment when your psychological flexibility is challenged. And that gets us back to that notion of noticing. The meditation exercises, the prayer exercises, just really engulfing ourselves in experiencing all of our senses is what allows us to have that sense of flexibility. So when this is over, there's a link in your journal in the PDF version that will allow you to go to fill out the feed forward form, which will help me get better at doing this. And yeah, it's required in order to get us. So we've got about 2 minutes. Anybody want to share one thing you learned, one thing you liked, and one thing you'll do next?
George?
Yes, ma'am.
I really liked how you used the videos to kind of show how our mind goes to certain responses, and that was pretty cool, just to recognize how our brain just kind of does things on its own sometimes.
Absolutely. Goes into autopilot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your participation.
I appreciate the survey. I appreciate looking at my numbers. And
so hopefully you've got a sense of the context for interpreting those numbers now.
Yeah, I do.
Good.
What if we didn't see our initials on that paper?
Shoot me an email. And so that's everybody that has taken it as of 5 o'clock yesterday evening.
Yeah, I took it on Sunday. What was the code again that we put in?
Your mother's the first letter of your mother's first name, the last letter of her last name, and then the first digit of your social security number and the last digit of your social security number. Don't see it?
No, I don't see it. I took it Sunday, but I don't see my results there.
So what time do you remember about?
I think it was Sunday afternoon, maybe between
Okay.
3 and 5-ish.
Nice.
I think.
I'll go back to the spreadsheet, and if need be, maybe go ahead and send me an email and say I need my results.
Sure.
Just to remind.
Sure. Thank you, George.
Thank you. So I want to end by inviting you to kind of embrace this idea that behavior really is always a function of interaction between people and their environment or the context that they find themselves in, including the historical context. And it serves me well if I go into interactions expecting people to be resilient, expecting recovery. And I had tons of educational practice that put into my head, no, you expect people to relapse, to unlearn that. Yes, some people do. A lot of people don't. And so it's really kind of being able to juggle back and forth between those two perspectives. And the goal is developing a habit of engaging in compassionate conversations with equanimity to promote resilience both in myself and in other people. So can I do this even though I hear horror stories? I hear some of the worst trauma in the world. Can I keep my sense of I'm okay? Or am I flooded to the extent that I'm not really able to understand the uniqueness of the other person's story? So I'll leave you with this poem that says, it's an old Apache blessing, actually. It says, may the sun bring you new energy by day. May the moon softly restore you by night. May the rain wash away your worries. May the breeze blow new strength into your being. May you walk gently through the world and know its beauty all the days of your lives. So I really do appreciate you all joining me today. Had a good time. And I look forward to being with you again in the near future to do additional webinars.
So much, George.
Thank you, George.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Enjoy your day.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye-bye.
It's been a blast. Thanks for joining us. Thanks, Stacy. You are welcome. Enjoy. Have a wonderful evening.